All right. May have messed up this morning. Got some serious wind. There we go. But the water temperature is good. We've got showing a 65-degree water temperature. So I don't think these fish are going to be that messed up. Not really going to change what I would do otherwise. Whew. All right, it'll get daylight sooner or later, so just stick with it. I mean, it's good enough to see here, but that camera's just not getting anything. On the Coosa River. I'll need that back here. We had a hellacious cold front last night. But the water temperature is still in the 60s, so I don't think it's going to affect them that much. We'll see. Ooh. There he is. First fish in the morning right there. All right. Something will bite. No size to her, but got a bite. You can't see it anyway, but if you can, there it is. About 10 inches long. On my big old balsa crankbait. Take that out because we don't need that either. There we go. Alright. Sit that right there for the moment. What was that? Thought that was a fish. My bait was all high and then it got. Alright, let's get turned around here. We got shallow. Oh yeah, we hitting some bottom up in here. We don't want to do that. Oh, come on. There he is. Oh, that's probably 2.5. Alright, getting some bites already this morning. That's good. We like bites. Next to cover. Both those fish next to some cover. There's brown or something right there. Want some bait activity back in here, so that's good. So windy back there. We got a little back current coming through this culvert. Got a couple of bites already. Got one in the bow about 10-12 inches, and just lost one about 2.5 pounds. So water's got some color to it. Still a little low. But I'll just throw this. You'll see me mix it up a lot today. I'm gonna try one bait and make a couple of casts with something, and then pick up something else, make a couple of casts, see if they want to do something else instead. All right. It's kind of we'll go ahead and change this out. This is not the right blade configuration that I want. If you're just joining me, good morning. Thanks for joining. We're out here. We had a big cold front come through last night. And it is cold and it's windy, and I'm just trying to stay out of it right now. I got a little culvert here next to me blowing some wind in, and we're gonna be a little spinnerbait on here. This is a Coosa River Special right here. I have caught some fish on this lake on a spinnerbait just like this. So let's get the copper blade. I like that copper blade. We're going to be doing some crankbaiting today. We're going to be doing a little jig pitching, see if that does anything. This little place several years ago, it just kept reloading. This little black and blue jig with a little using a blue chunk. I probably need to change to a black one since we're in kind of a lower light situation, but I'm about to pick that crankbait back up since I've already had a couple of bites on it. Shoot. Hung up. There it goes. Just mixing it up this morning, just trying to see if anything's doing any better than the other time front last night. That's the second time I've done that, so I want to move that. I just hooked myself. Big time front came through last night, and it is cold this morning and windy. The water temperature is still good though. The water temperature is 65 degrees. That's good in my book. So hadn't affected the water temp that much. Well, I don't know what it was, but it hadn't affected it too much. Making these little short casts right up against this rock bank. When you're doing that, you never want to miss the bank, because a lot of times you'll get your bites within the first crank or two. They'll be right up on them. You just kind of work it down through there. Got a little lay down log in front of me here. I've caught some fish off of it. We're going to work this crankbait through it and see if something's hanging out around it. Sometimes this water is real dirty on this lake, so sometimes you gotta make a lot of casts. Actually, I'm gonna go this way. You gotta make a lot of casts to get that fish to trigger. And I mean, I don't worry too much about getting right on top of them either. I'll do it. I'm right on top of that thing right now. A lot of times I'll hit right at the boat. When you have dirty water like this, they don't seem to be bothered by, as long as you're not making a whole lot of noise, they don't seem to be bothered by the trolling motor so much. And right on the other side of this log, there's a really neat deal. It's kind of a transition zone where the bank kind of goes from being steeper to being a little bit flatter. And I kind of pull off the bank here because it's a little bit of a point. And then just kind of work my bait down through here. Sometimes you get some staging, but I think they actually spawn on this little point because it's not real deep, and it's a little bit flatter than everything else in the surrounding vicinity. I already had a couple of bites this morning, so that's good. Just another little place that looks like it might be a little washout. That's a good place to focus on. I don't remember ever seeing that before, so that may be relatively new. Right in there's just a little jet out from it. Otherwise, nothing else going on that bank right there. We got some company coming in here. I was hoping to have it by myself this morning, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. It's so windy, I'm just trying to stay out of the wind over here for right now. I don't think those guys are going to bother me too much. So I'm just going down this bank with this. This is it's a big balsa crankbait. It's an old Bagley BB3. It's a 3-inch model. This water's dirty. It's early. It's still springtime. They like these bigger baits in the spring, it seems like. So there he is right there. All right. Like a 3-pounder. That's a nice one. That's a really nice one. All right. Ooh, watch out now. These fish are so white in here. Look at that. Look at that color of that fish. Just super white. Alright. I'm just going to keep working down this. Keep working down this bank and see that fish hit way off the bank. I don't know if he followed it or what, but I'm not reeling as fast as I normally would do just because of this cold front. Well, come on now. There it goes. Ooh. My casting is off. It is way off. Look at my bait. I think, oh yeah, I busted a crack in it already. One problem with these balsa baits is they do tear up easy, especially, I mean, they're all old stock now. They don't really make these anymore, so all these paint finishes and everything are kind of dried out. And really, I ought to put an extra coat of something on them before I even fish them. Alright, just carry on down the bank, see what we get. And I mean, you see I'm pretty close. I'm just pitching this thing. So I'm only 25, 30 feet away from the bank maybe. Just kind of pitching it out there, just reeling. I'm not reeling real fast. That fish got a mouthful. So that was good. That means he committed. I don't like it when I just barely get him hooked. So we're just working on down the bank, pitching this crankbait around, just square billing. When I'm making these little short casts like this, I usually use a little shorter rod. I like this 6.5 foot. That little piece of wood here, always fish the cover. I'm just gonna roll this thing by it, see if anything hits. Nothing hit on that side, so we're gonna pitch it on the other side. Try to bump it with my bait. And bump it that time. I'll roll it up real high in the water column. Sometimes I'll get it down low. Try to get me a cork there. kind of working down this bank, just little short pitches. Just caught 2 so far this morning, so that's pretty good. That's, with the conditions that we're given, that's more than I would thought that we would have caught. But we got a really good water temperature, almost 66 degrees. It's probably going to cool off a little bit because it's not supposed to get that hot today. But we had a big cold front come through last night. No rain, which is good. But just these shallow fish, I think especially in the springtime, they're a little bit more affected by those fronts than other times of the year. Just casting right up against the bank. Just never want to miss that bank when you're fishing these square bills, especially these big fat ones in the spring. A lot of times those fish will be right off the bank. However, the ones that I've caught this morning were not. One of them was on cover, and the other ones were a little bit off the bank. So maybe that won't be the case today. But we'll just have to play it. Just keep the boat moving, keep the bait wet, and see how it goes. And I'm not very far off the bank. I can make a little underhand pitch if I want. Just put it right where I need it to be. This water's dirty, so I don't worry about them. I don't really worry about them getting spooked off or anything like you might on a clear lake. And I like to use a little bit shorter rod when I'm doing this too. This rod's only 6.5 foot long, so you can make little short, accurate presentations. And it's a fiberglass rod, so I feel like you get a little better hookup with a crankbait with a fiberglass rod sometimes because you don't react so fast. Are they pre-spawn or post-spawn? They're definitely not post-spawn. They're either going to be pre-spawn or in the spawn. I mean, I'm sitting in 2.5 feet deep, and I'm gonna stay shallow all day long. This lake, the fish stay a lot shallow anyway. When I do pre-spawn fish, usually I'm out fishing a little bit deeper on more structure. Like, there's one. Ooh, barely hooked. Oh, yep. Dang. I don't like dropping them in the boat. I do not like dropping them in the boat. There you go. It's a little, 14-inch fish, maybe. 13, 14-incher. When I do pre-spawn, I'm usually out a little bit deeper, targeting more structure than cover. So, I mean, I wouldn't say they're post-spawn that I'm fishing. Some of these are probably in the spawn, or maybe some of them are post-spawn. I don't know if they're even spawning yet. I feel like that water temperature has to sustain around 68, 70 degrees before you really get them going on the spawn. But they're certainly starting to move shallow, so that's a good thing for what I'm doing. Let's see if I can get that cork. Oh yeah, free cork. Always pull those out when I see them. All right. So far it's been a 1 cork day. See if we can make it a 2 cork day in a little while. So now I'm kind of getting off of this riprap. So I'm gonna be a lot more cover focused. If there's any right through here to even fish, this side didn't have quite as many stumps and stuff as the other side. I'm gonna kind of breeze through here down to a certain point, and then I'll probably cross over, and I may just go ahead and idle in the very back of this thing. There's some really good stumps in the very back of this pocket, and I have caught some big fish back in there before. The big fish for this lake is, 4 or 5 pounds. Every now and then you get one bigger than that, but it's really rare. Ha! 2-minute penalty. This ain't an MLF. Important thing is I got it in the boat. There's not a whole lot of visible cover down through here. There's a dock or two, so I'm just going to kind of breeze through here, see if I see anything that sticks out. Some of these docks have some stuff out in front of them. I will fish these docks, see if something's hanging out there ready to do anything. This lake's still down about 2 feet, it looks like, maybe a little bit more than that. So, Bassmaster. Tear my bait up. Lake's down about 2 feet, so cork. Another cork. It's a 2 cork day. There we go. Lake's down about 2 feet, so I don't, where I live, you really don't see them really get going spawning until the water comes up. I suspect it's probably the same here, but on this lake, this water's dirty, so they're shallow all year long anyway. I almost never fish deeper than 5 or 6 feet on this lake ever. There's what a fish. Log. Felt like a fish. Came out there and grabbed it just like one. Got a little weird little transition zone right here. Bank kind of, you look up on the bank and it's kind of steep and then it kind of flattens out. So sometimes those little spots have some fish. Not kicking up mud, but it says we're in a foot of water, so we're shallow. Yeah, when you're holding your rod tip up with this bait and you're still hitting the bottom, you're shallow. This thing goes 3 feet max. Let's see another cork. Did we get it? Did we get it? Oh man, look at that. It's a 3 cork day. Got another one. Just we'll have a regular old collection. Coming up on this dock, I'm gonna just kind of fish. I'm not going real hard on these docks. I'm just browsing through. I'm gonna pitch on this side. Got a little pontoon there. Maybe something will come out there and participate. No participation. If I get a bite on one, I might slow down and fish a jig, but I'm just trying to cover water right now. Got a good piece of cover up here in front of us. We'll make a couple of casts around it. Maybe we can get another fish in the boat. Sometimes you gotta make multiple casts in this dirty water to get them to commit. And when I'm going down a bank like this and there's not much else going on, I see just a little bit. It doesn't have to be a lot. I'll probe it pretty good with whatever I'm using and Sometimes you can get a fish doing that. But I'm hoping I can get in the back of this thing. I'm gonna fish this dock and see what's on the other side of it, and then I may just go ahead and crank up and ease back. It's really shallow out in here, and there's a bunch of stumps. It's easy to tear something up if you get in a hurry. Well, what's going on? I don't know what happened there, but a little network issue with my fish finder. Seems. Oh, just hit something with the trolling motor. Ooh, a couple little pieces through there. In the spring, I don't do as good. Oh. Yeah, hung up. Don't do as good on the inside of these docks as I do on the outside, and I think that's because you get more of a situation where the bass are doing the spawn. They don't want to be in the shade like they do in the summertime. Alright. But it doesn't mean I don't try. Still going to try. This thing's got some cross beams or something going on there. Yeah, it's got something. It's got some cross beams underneath it for some reason. They don't have a boat lift, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. And over here we got what looks like an old, I don't know if there's even still anything there, but they got a marker where they used to have a little fish attractor out there. I didn't hit anything when I cranked over it, except for the pole itself. So it's been kind of a mud bank down through there. Now we're starting to get into a little bit more of a shale, kind of harder bottom. So I'm gonna go down here just a little bit further, see if I see any cover, and just keep on track with what I'm doing. Working that crank. Oh, it's shallow. I might mix it up after a while and throw a spinnerbait a little bit. I like spinnerbaits. Don't fish with them nearly as much as I used to. When I learned, ooh, we're getting a little too shallow. Yeah. Getting shallow. Yep, there we go. We'll just drop this, pull this trolling motor up just a touch. Trim up just a touch. Alright, we're ready to go now. That's what happened. Trying to figure out what happened to my signal. I got a little on-off switch up here and I turned it off. There's a little bitty ditch right here coming up, and everything around it's super shallow. I can see, off the bank I can see, just some rocks and stuff. I mean, it's dirt shallow. I need to cross over. It's a little bit deeper on that side. But maybe there's something, ooh, I'll make the right cast. Maybe there's something hanging out in that little ditch. Ooh, there's a piece of wood I almost ran into. But I like these little areas like this. Oh, yeah, there's a whole log down there. Didn't see it. Yeah, I need to pay attention over here. In about a month, this bank right here will be absolutely loaded with fish. Oh. But right now, not so much. All right, bear with me. I'm gonna get us out here where we can crank up and kind of ease over. I'm gonna go ahead and ease into the back of this thing. It'll take a few minutes, but when I get back in there, it should be a lot of good targets. I appreciate everybody coming out and taking a gander today. Okay, now we're showing 1 foot deep. All right, let's just crank up and slow idle our way back in there. Bear with me. I'll be fishing again here shortly. Let's see what that. Tell me how the feed looks this morning. Is it pretty good? Is it choppy? Getting good sound and everything? Interesting to see if the fish. I'd like to take a couple shallow process. How spring even. See some stuff. Knock it down. We'll get back to it. All right. My troll. That means I'm fishing. I like to drop it back down just a little bit. It'll probably have to come up in a bit, but see some little twigs and stuff out there. I mean, these fish will spawn and they'll stage up on all this stuff. It's just a little creek that comes in back here. That's why it's so dirty. I'm so surprised. We haven't had any rain, so I don't understand why it's as dirty as it is. May just be because it's still shallow and it's been windy. So I fish all these twigs that are in here. There's a little point over there. This time of year I fish anything that looks like it could possibly even have anything on it. You'd be surprised. A lot of guys just skip over stuff that's just little one-off pieces of cover out in the middle of the lake, but and that little piece right there, we're actually in the ditch right now, so whoop. That piece right there, we got a couple of them in here, so we may get a 3 or 4 casts in there. Just got another one coming up. This little even sticking up. I just bumped it with my bait. When you're fishing in this square bill around, we're always trying to bump it. And this bait, I throw it well past, so make sure that I bump it, and sometimes you hit a couple other little things along the way. Stuff you can't see. Okay, so we got some leaves. All right. One of the little points down here. We were fishing a tournament in here one time, and I hooked a big fish. He's probably seven pounds, and jumped off on me. Biggest fish I think I've ever seen in here. Got some more twigs coming up, so we'll cast on that one. There, that's a little bit better cast. No bite. There's another one sticking up right there. It's just random cover wherever you can find it. I don't know if you can see out in front of me, but we got some stumps sticking up there. We got some, and a lot of times I'll just keep making that's a good cast. And get some good cover on that one. No bites. And some more little brush piles up here. Ooh, there's a little something that I didn't even see. Yeah, we're hitting some good stuff now. Hold on a second. Cool. Thanks for tuning in from Milwaukee. I bet y'all are still cold up there. Sorry, it takes me a little while to see what's going on sometimes. I left my phone in the back of the boat. It's a pretty low tech operation down here. We're in northwest Georgia, maybe some northeast Alabama here in a little while. So all right, let's see here. Appreciate everybody coming in to watch today. It's kind of cool. People wanting to see what you're doing and how you're doing it. I don't think that I do anything any different than anybody else you watch on TV, but might have a little bit different take on some of the stuff. Got a little brush pile sticking up right here on the left, or the port side for you nautical types. I'm gonna make a cast right in the middle of that thing with this bait and see if something's in there. Ooh, that's a pine. I have never done very good fishing pine. Don't know why that is. Every now and then you'll catch fish on it, but most of the time it's not good. Whoa, we kicking up some bottom again. Let's shoot back out here to the right. Yeah, just bump something. Ooh, yeah, I see a stump or something in front of us. Well, I think it's going to warm up where it's not going. Well, I think it's going to warm up where it's not going to be too cold today. Ooh, still bumping, still hitting stuff down there. kick us in the high here. And, oh, I felt like that was, kind of felt like a bite there for a second. Hopefully I don't tear my trolling motor up hitting anything too hard, but as far as so dirty you can't see anything. I mean, it's, well, we're about 5 guys deep. That's not bad. Get a little bit of depth right out in here. All right, let's turn her back down. All right. Just keep on moving and fishing. See what happens. This is definitely not a situation where you need to sit in one place and just keep making cast after cast. When you're fishing real shallow like this, that's, unless you hit something weird where they're just kind of got it in the back of a pocket feeding on some shad or something like that, it's not really necessary to just make cast after cast in one place. Unless you think there's a fish on a piece of cover. I'm not going to go over there. Trying to keep the boat in the kind of near the channel right now. It's not much to it. When I come out, I may make there's some good wood out here in front of me. May pitch a jig up in there a little bit around some of these stumps. I'm gonna fish crankbait a little bit more. But if I can get one on a jig, that'd be cool. Slam a little steel for everybody. Ooh, I'm just hitting all kinds of good stuff right there. What is that? Some leaves. Yep. Lots of leaves. Alright, I don't need that anymore. We're warming up. But now back here the water temperature is quite a bit cooler. It's only 61. We had when I got here this morning, the wind was blowing back. It was blowing this direction pretty hard too. Probably 10 to 15 back in this pocket. It's laid down a little bit now, so we'll go back out. I can fish some of that stuff on the other side of that road bed that I was fishing. It kind of just bisects this creek. $60 is still plenty good for some fish to be active. Got some good cover, a little wood cover here. Working it right by. Supposed to be some fish in here. Yeah, maybe they haven't made it all the way back here yet. The geese are disapproving of my presence. After I fish this next little, yeah, I should be able to hit this next little lay down here. This little creek, it narrows up right in front of us, and I think this is about as far. I've been up in there, but I've never caught any fish up inside there. But there's a lot of wood that just gets deposited right out here in the mouth of this thing. I feel like these fish ought to be I'll be staging up on it or already bedded up on it. I don't know which, but and while I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna swap over. I've got a little blue chunk on the back of that jig, but I'm gonna put a black one because I just feel like that's a better option for this watercolor. What's blue? We want black. There we go. All right. There we go. Go ahead and change that out so we'll be ready when we get to where we want to use it. Ooh, yeah, that water's dirty. Dirty. That's all right. That's how we like it. That might be a hang-up shot right there. No, I made it through. It could be a hang-up on a big bass shot. Nope, not that either. Well, I did it again. Don't see much going on up here. When I was back on the riprap, I could see quite a bit of activity, but I'm not seeing any activity back in the back of this pocket. Well, we're right in the channel right now because it's 4 feet deep. We got some depth right here, so, and we got some cover on the edge. So if there's anything back here, that's where it ought to be. We got plenty of crap on the bottom. I don't like hitting the... Ooh, I bent one of my hooks out. How do I do that? Alright, just like that, we're back out of the channel, so. Little point right there. Keeping my eyes open for any wood that I can see. There's a little bitty twig right here in front of me. No idea what's in there with it, but it was shallow, yeah. There's a couple of little spots in here. I'm gonna, ooh, got out of the channel for sure right there. I'm bumping bottom. Cut back over here a little bit. See something over there. Just target fishing, yeah. This, for me, this is way more fun than sitting out somewhere. Ooh, stump right there too. Almost ran into that one. My sunglasses on so I can see all this stuff a little better. Lay down right in there. I mean, it's shallow up in here, so I don't, and the water temperature is quite a bit cooler in the back of this thing, so I don't know. I mean, we're gonna give it a shot. We're gonna keep it honest. But I don't have high hopes back here. I just feel like that wind last night, because it was blowing where I live, it was blowing all night long and hard, and that'll knock your water temperature down quick. Where I started, it was protected from all that, so it's just one of those things you got to think about when you're out here, is It's not always right. It's not always about just the immediate. I'm gonna go up in here a little bit. I like the looks of that steep bank. Not all about the immediate conditions, but it's also about what happened the day before. We're gonna have bluebird skies today. Typically, that's not great for fishing. Coast frontal, bluebird skies. Not great, but I just see a good looking bank on the right up there. I want to try, even though it's all the way in the back of this creek. Nope. Oh, well, come on now. Trying to get this boat back into some depth. I think when I come out of here, I'm gonna fish a spinnerbait. Try something a little different. Thought I was gonna fish that jig, but I'm just not feeling it right now. We do have a laydown tree up here in the mouth of this thing, and going across this creek, I might pitch that jig around in there and see what's going on, even though it is a pine, a dreaded pine. Yeah, I can really feel that wind all the way up in here. It's chilly. I mean, even though this bank's steep, this water is not deep. We're in like 2 feet of water. It looks a lot deeper, but it's not. But they do like hard bottoms. We'll just go up to this pine and we'll turn around and we'll work our way back out. Water coming out of this creek's a little bit warmer than where we were, where that wind was really hitting it hard. Something just swished over here to the left. If it's anything of repute, it didn't sound like anything of repute. All right, keep it. Nothing. Didn't mess my bait up there, did I? Yep. Just knocked the lip loose on this bait. I'm about to have to change it to another one. That's one of the dangers of the balsa baits. If it keeps getting knocked loose or knocked out, I'll have to just put on a different one. It's a neat little spot right there. It just kind of all this hard rock just kind of comes to a point. You can see it right there in front of me, right there. This is as good a looking spot as I've seen today. Bass didn't think so, but fish out just a little bit from it. All right, let's pick up the jig here and probe around on this tree. I'm getting dry here, so I got to turn around. The wind's blowing me. Ooh, apparently I'm gonna have to go this way because my boat's swinging the other way. Oh, don't hit it. Don't hit the tree. Don't hit the tree. All right, we're good. All right. Oh, what am I doing? What are you doing, man? Making a mess. Okay. We're just gonna close. We don't have to. We don't have to pitch. We can just straight up flip this. It's not deep anyway. A little bit big. I'll try that again. There we go. No takers. And I'm gonna retie this because that knot is, I could feel a bad spot when I was pitching it down there. Then we'll try that spinnerbait down through here on the way back. Alright, that's back in business. Let's pick up our spinnerbait and see how we like it. Control them, are all twisted up there. Alright. I don't have to worry about getting hung up as much with this thing anyway. This is just a little guy. It's a 3/8 ounce. It's got a number 3 Colorado on the front and a 4.5 on the back. I like my big blade's a copper and the front one is just a nickel. I like that copper a little bit better than the gold. I don't know why. It's just what I've always liked. Oh, I had a bite. You missed it. Kind of felt like a gar. Oh well. It's good though. Get a little spinnerbait bite. Kind of keep this up in the water column a little bit better and don't have to worry about getting it hung up quite as much as the crankbait. Water temperature back here is now 62. That's weird that it was in the middle there. It was, I guess that's where the end of that wind was blowing. It's 59 in some places in there, and now back here it's a little bit warmer. I guess this water coming out of this creek wasn't quite as affected by the wind as that water out in front of us. Man, it's cold wind. hung up earlier, so I don't have high hopes of getting a fish since I came in there and made a whole bunch of noise. But you know, just cast around. I'm gonna put my sunglasses on because I feel like it helps that glare and I can see better in the water. So just bear with me for a second. All right. Oh yeah. Oh man. I can see stuff right here that I wasn't able to see at all just a second ago. That's crazy. Cuts that glare down and you can see all this wood up under here. No telling what I missed coming in either. Ooh. Bump it up a little bit. A little bit of a, I think there used to be an island right here because there's kind of a steep bank over there and then the channel's over here, and I think there might have been an island that creek went around. Just kind of looking for any cover on this side. I see a couple of pieces right here in front of me. Stomp a pretty good ways out there, but we'll make a cast at it. Nothing. No bites. Try it again. Oop. Yep. Get back out to getting shallow. Picking up the mud. Get back out where there's some water. There's a little brush pile in front of us. Ooh, I didn't mean to cast right down the middle of it. A little. Ooh, there's a stump right there too. How about that? Size little brush pile here, so I'm just kind of probing all around it from different angles and making sure if there's a fish there, they see my bait. There was one there and they saw it, they didn't feel like participating. All right. Well, we'll kind of get out of here a little quick. That wind's chilly. We're back in that sub 60-degree water temperature too. We've got a protected pocket, maybe 300-400 yards in front of us. We'll go give that a shot, and then we'll work our way back up the bank and maybe hit that riprap just a little bit more. And just making an occasional cast on anything that looks fishy on the way out. All right. Get on through all this. Hopefully. Pretty good size stump right there. Give it a cast or two. Nothing on the right, we'll try the left. Nothing on the left. All right. Carrying on. Little ditch right here with I see a little piece of brush in it. I don't know if you can, I'm gonna turn the boat here in just a second. You might be able to see what I'm talking about. A little pocket with a little piece of brush out in front of it. I mean, that kind of stuff's always worth a cast, I feel like. So let's give it a cast. No bite. Try a little bit different angle. Again, no bite. All right. Bump it up. Let's keep it going. It's just kind of a nothing bank down through here. Just flat, no cover to speak of them that I'm seeing at all. When we get in this pocket, there's a couple of there used to be a couple of laydowns. I haven't been in here in so long. I know what's going on right now. We've got one twig sticking up there. Make the cast at that. And now on the other side of the power lines, it looks like there's nothing, but there's some good stumps down through there that I'm gonna fish that square bill around. Alright. Oh, that was an awful cast. Awful cast. That's a little bit better cast. No bite. The open water stick-up pattern doesn't seem to be doing anything, so we're going to go back to what works. Just the shallow water cover deal. Maybe we'll have up against the bank. Maybe we'll have a little bit better luck going down this bank. And then when we get back, we'll go back and hit that road bed up again. I mean, not the road bed, but that riprap along the road. All right. All right, here we go. Not a whole lot going on right down this bank, but got a little, ooh, that wind's cool. There's a cold wind. Man. Might have to go down the river and hit some of these other back pockets that are a little bit more protected. I've got one in mind. There's a cold wind, man. I don't know what that was. Oh, a little piece of cover there. I didn't see it. Piece of cover right there. I didn't see. I need to pay attention. So we got a little pine tree laid down here in front of us. There's another little piece of brush right there. There's some scattered stuff in the back of this pocket. Water temperature here is 63.7, so it's a little bit better than where we just were. Not that it makes that much difference. I don't know if it does. And when you're fishing dirty water like this, I'll make some casts across the cover, but I really like to go just basically throw your bait right down it and just work it all the way down. That way you keep your bait in the strike zone for the longest amount of time. See this? Good gracious, that wind is whipping. Change direction on us too. So I'm gonna make a couple casts across these limbs as we approach this tree, but when I get on the end of it, I'm gonna make a cast straight down the main trunk. Can't really tell where it's at, but looks like that's about it right there. All I can see are just the limbs sticking up out of the water. Try it a little bit different angle. A little bit different spot that he wouldn't have seen it if he was. Yeah, just lots and lots of casts on this muddy water stuff. Nothing. Okay, I'll go back to our crankbait here in a second. I'm not going to go all the way in the back of this pocket because the water's low, and I'm just gonna be fighting the bottom. Ooh. Ooh, that wind's whipping. Alright, let's change back over to our crankbait. I just have more confidence in that. Sorry if there's a lot of wind noise here, but it's gusting pretty good for this little small creek. Bait up. All right, I'm gonna get us on down this bank a little ways. This point right here is super shallow. Get us down where we got a little bit more depth to work with. I'm gonna make a cast or two, especially if I see something that looks like it's worthy of being fished. Hitting bottom. Start heading off the bank a little bit more. It's a shallow point. That water comes up, there'll be some fish in here. Get on some of this little bit stumps and brush up on the bank. The reason I started in the back of this creek, in the springtime, I don't like to work basically from the mouth out. I like to work from the back to the mouth, because fish are basically migrating shallow, and I got a little fish are basically migrating shallow. So if you're, not that they would necessarily be really migrating in front of you all day, but I feel like they might be, you know, you got a better chance of intercepting them if you're going to be, if you're both heading on a collision course versus where they might be in front of you all day and you're chasing them. That's my mindset anyway. Ooh, seen a bunch of little mud pop up, like some carp got spooked or something. All right, so we got a little bit more depth right here, but not much. Once I get around this point where this next little pocket is, I'm gonna slow down. What is that? Oh, that's those little bugs. Good stuff up through there. I've never really done good right through this little stretch, but you know, we'll just make a few casts, see if anything shows itself, and then we'll get back on some riprap where we caught some fish this morning. Maybe we'll catch some more. Got a squirrel out there running around. Oh, I hit a little something. Oh, here with the outboard too. Some of these stumps are a little bit off the bank, so I'll probably just need to slow down and pay attention to what I'm doing. I was hoping this water was going to be just a touch clearer, so I could see some of this stuff a little bit better. pretty good sized stump here off the bank. No bites on that one. Get another one right there. I like the square bill because you can fish it kind of in the same places that you fish a spinnerbait, but you can move it a little bit faster typically, and it's got 3 hooks on it. I feel like some people may say, well, you have a better hookup percentage with a spinnerbait. Maybe, I don't know, but I feel like 3 hooks, you got a little bit better shot with the square bill, even though you got that big bait that's in the way of everything. Brush in the back of this pocket. I'm gonna see if I can get up there close enough to make a cast to it. And this big 3-inch model, you can keep it kind of up in the strike zone. I mean, I can see it a lot of times. I'm fishing about six inches under the water. It's about as deep as I can even see the bait. Ooh, that's not what we want. Worked out. Oh, there we go. Some of that brush. No taker on that cast. Make a couple more casts in there. Let's see one right there. Got a little bit more right in here, so this thing's kind of like a 4-wheel drive too. It'll go through all kinds of cover. Nothing. That stump right in front of me. Before I make another cast in the back of that pocket. Good looking move right there, but it didn't work. Well, no participants up here in this. They just don't seem to be back in here yet. They are on the road, or are they on the riprap right in front of us? Already caught 3 and lost 1 this morning. Ooh. Ooh, I just triggered one. I hit a little bumped that stump, and then there he is, got him. Bumped that stump and kind of set it going, and there he is. All right, that told me a little something. I might be fishing this thing a little slow. There we go. Might need to speed it up. It's an odd thing to do when the water is, when we had a little front like that, but little guy. But You know, sometimes they give you little clues on what's going on there. Throw it back in there. There's a big old female in there with it. Nope. All right. That was number 4 on the day. Not bad since it's only 8:45 in the morning. Some people fish all day and don't ever get a bite. Feel sorry for those people. Oh, that was another fish. I didn't even set the hook on it because it felt like a piece of wood. Okay, let's speed it up just a touch. Get them to react. Fish are getting woke up. That's good. Oh, come on. Maybe, oh, there we go. Yeah. Nothing on that. Oh, there's a stump right there. Keep an eye on this bait because I knocked this lip loose earlier. I don't have anything to, well, I could probably glue it back. I got some super glue. I might be able to put super glue it into place just for the day, and then do a more evening. But I don't want, what I'm worried about is some fish slinging it off of there. I keep other ones at home, but I do a lot of balsa crankbait fishing, so there he is. About the same size as that last one. Well, not getting any big ones today, but getting some bites. Yo, little guy. Little buck bass. There's a stump. That fish came off of his little stump in there. They're right in this ditch. See? And I was moving it too. I was not fishing slow, so that's good. That tells me I need to be just putting some heat on that bait. Put some heat on it. Ooh, got a little leaf going on. The fish came off a little piece of wood, so they're up here closer to this culvert where there are some fish moving in. They're just not way back in the back yet. That's what I was saying about running into them. You can. If I was going the other way, may not. If I'd started out in the mouth of this creek, I may never have caught that fish. He might be moving in front of me all day long. I mean, that's probably a little bit of a stretch, but that's my thought process anyway. This dirty water, I tend not to stop it unless I crash into something. I just keep it moving. Right there, hit a little metal stop. Give it a stop. Got a little boat ramp here that's seen better days. That's a good hard bottom check. So it's thanks, Pucker. I'm gonna try to catch them. Thanks for coming in and watching me a little bit today. We'll try to get some good ones for you, but they'll probably just be, if we get any, they'll probably just be like that last one. They'll probably just be small. But we'll have fun anyway. I hope y'all have fun. There he is. No, he got off. We'll have fun anyway. I hope y'all have fun watching me. I appreciate everybody coming in and taking a look. A little shad flip right there in front of the boat. Oh. Another little dock here. Never caught a fish off this dock. And never caught a fish on this lay down log right here either. Been there for years. Oop. It doesn't keep me from trying. Alright, looking out on the other side of that culvert, looks like that wind's laying down a little bit, so that's good. Of course, it feels so much nicer right here where there's not very much at all. Alright, we fished this morning, but I'm going to go back down it again. I'm going to fish this crankbait a little faster. Since I'm getting some bites, moving it along a little better, and they've had a little bit of time to, fish had a little time to wake up this morning. Traditionally on this lake, you do not get a nighttime bite that I know of. Sometimes you get an early morning bite, but once it gets dark, it's done. It is absolutely done. It's been my experience. Maybe somebody else has a different look on it. That's just been my experience. Well, that's not what I'm trying to do. I did hook a good one right there this morning. It's 2.5 pounds. Got off. I'll pitch a jig next out on the way out, and we'll see if anything's interested in that. This is A little stick up right there in front of us. No bite, man. Can't get any love. No love. Uh-oh. Bait's running off. That means my bill got messed up. No? Alright. Turning around. Just one cast right there. Keep the rod up high. I mean, it looks like I'm running it pretty fast, but this is a 6-to-1 ratio reel, so it's not real fast. A lot of guys are using this 7s and 8s and stuff, and they fish way faster than I do. If that was a fish or if I just hit something. Just kind of parallel on this bank. I'll make a little short pitches a lot of times. Just don't want to miss the bank. You just want to keep on going. All right, then we're going to go through this culvert. We're going to try the other side. I'm going to change. I'm going to pitch this jig over there where I lost that fish this morning. See if maybe he's still there and hungry, but just wants a little something different. Ooh, what's going on there? How did that happen? Very strange. Very strange. What is going on here? Where did that come from? All right. Now then, let's try that again. There we go. And on that side, let's try that. On the other side. No takers. All right. Back to the crank. Making some noise, making a mess. All right. There we go. Kind of place where you can get a big one right off that. This whole bank was falling in, and they put a metal plate there, and some of this rock has kind of drifted out into the water here and made a little point. You'd think there'd be a fish right there, but doesn't seem to be. All right, let's cut through this culvert and check the other side. This point on this side was amazing one year. Catch 2 or 3 fish every time you come through there. Of course, I guess I schooled a little too many of them. All right. There's some breeze over here. There he is. Good fish. Well, decent. Oh, jumped off. Got off that little point right there. Not a place where you can sometimes throw and catch another one. Well, got a bite. That's promising. Good looking little piece of wood right there. Another one. Oh, another one got off. That's all right. Wasn't much size to it. It was right on the bank. So I'm saying, right on the bank. This bank's been getting beat up by this wind all night, and it's cold too. Two fish on this windblown riprap though. That's a decent sign, I guess. Both of them are right up on the bank too. I'm just going to kind of get a little closer to this bank, parallel it a little bit. Keep my bait wet, keep my bait in the strike zone. And we'll just work on down this bank. There's some other good stuff down this bank, some good pieces of cover along the way. Piece of wood there. There we go. There he is. Might be a little bit better here. Let's see, now I got him foul hooked. Got him foul hooked. All right, I got you. Little guy. That fish is full of... Ooh, I didn't want him hitting that boat. He was fat. Man, he was fat. There's another one there. That fish was feeding up. Having a hard time keeping my hands on him today. There's another one. Ooh. Oh yeah, a little bit better fish right here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, good fish. Oh yeah. This is what we've been looking for this morning. See if I can get him. There we go. There we go. Hey. That's a nice bass right there. That's pretty. Pretty fish. Let's get her back. That's probably a 4-pounder. We'll get her back in there. All right. There we go. We got a little something working now. We got a little something working. Just fishing this parallel on this bank of this crankbait, just ripping it down the bank. That was a good fish. Yeah. Ooh. The baits. She's using that big 3-inch balsa square bill. Love them. They just, for whatever reason, fish really they just really they react to this thing. Try the plastic ones too. There's just something about that balsa. I don't know what it is. Oh, lots of guys are out there using that forward facing sonar, but to me this is way more fun. Just making these little short casts, not knowing whether or not you're going to get a bite on the next cast, not knowing that there's even any fish there. To me, knowing that there's a fish there just takes all the magic away. If you're out there doing it for money, there he is. Have at it. But I'm just out here for the fun, little guy. Little guy. Just hit a piece of cover there. Put her back. Put a mark on that for later. And I mean, I figured out that they wanted a little bit faster, so that's what I'm giving it to them. Just keeping it moving. Not quite paralleling. I would call this more of a 45. What I'm doing, but they're hitting it. They're hitting it real close to the bank. Most of them. And on my tackle, I'm using 20-pound line for this. I don't see any need to go any. What color am I using? This is just a chartreuse with a black back. It's a Bagley Balsa B3. It's an old, I don't think they even make them anymore. It's an old Balsa crankbait. I like these real big ones in the spring. They just, for some reason, I've just always done really well with them. I've used them, there's a lot of smaller fish that we're catching today that you wouldn't think would hit one of these things, but they will. And I like the smaller ones too, when it gets a little bit later in the year, especially in the fall. Smaller crankbaits seem to do a little bit better for me, but in the spring I like these big ones. I'm sitting here for a second, there's a couple little pieces of wood I'm bumping over. No bites. Keep on there. Keep working my down the bank deal here. I might have to come back here after a while and try it again. Because and there's another side of that culvert we didn't fish either, so we might, after we get done with this, we might roll back over here and give it a try. So I'm just using a chartreuse black back. I can show you. I'll get a little closer. Maybe you can see it. It's all beat up. It's all beat up from all these fish and banging it in the rocks. But that's the bait. If you can see it there. It's just a little fat square bill crankbait. 20-pound line. And this is just a 6.5 foot medium action glass rod. I feel like the glass is a little bit better for crank when you're doing this kind of fishing, because I just feel like I hook them better. I think that you don't pull the bait away from them as fast when you're setting the hook. They get a little bit more time to get a mouthful. And this reel is just a 6-to-1. I think it might be a 6.2-to-1, but it's kind of a slower retrieve compared to what most people use these days. I like almost everything I use is a 6.2-to-1. I don't really have anything faster. You just don't get the same bait feel that you get. I mean, if you're using a higher gear ratio, ooh, that felt like a little something right there. Using a higher ratio, you just don't have the same bait feel. It just feels like you're just whine. You can't feel the thing vibrate through the handle, and I like to feel it vibrate through the handle. And the lower gear ratio you get, the more sensitive the reel feel is. This is a good jig pitching place, looks like. Tried our crankbait a couple of casts, so we'll pick this up and see if there's anything in here that get a little lay down piece of wood there that looks pretty good. Might as well try it out. Verdict is no takers. Give it one more little shot there. That little limb hanging out right next to the bank. Ooh. I'm just glad to get some bites. I was really worried about it with this big cold front that we had last night. I mean, it's been in the mid 70s all week in the afternoon, and then they're calling for High at 64 today, so it was weird because we didn't get any rain, but we got some real cold. I mean, this wind is chilly. It's not super. I mean, it's not real bad. Especially if you live in Wisconsin. I mean, when I put the boat in this morning, it was 45, which to me is cold. Living in the southeast United States, 45 is not what you're accustomed to most of the time. Look at that, right next to the boat. Right next to the boat, good one too. Look at that. There we go. Not a giant by any means, but hey, don't get a hook in my hand there, buddy. I got you. I got it. There we go. Get the hook out and I'll show him off. Show her off. There we go. Not a bad fish, nothing going on in the tail yet, so I don't know. I don't think these fish are doing it yet. I think they're still waiting for it to get right for them. This weather's been kind of topsy-turvy this year. We've had a bunch of it'll get real warm and then it'll get cold and it'll get real warm again and it'll get cold. So, and I was saying earlier, I don't think they really get into it until April. You don't get them start moving up and feeding right now, but they're not really, I don't think they get into it till April. Ooh, that's probably where we wanted to go, but we'll take it. Got some wood right through here. Alright. That ought to make this little area better. But I'm not catching any fish along the wood that I can tell. That fish might have come off of something that was way out off the bank. Because that fish hit way up next to the boat. The only good thing about that little cold front is that we don't have as many people fishing as we normally do. You know, you get a couple of days of 70 and 80 degree weather, and that drops back in the 60s. Everybody says, "Oh, that's cold." It hits a little bit different after it's been warm than it does when it's been cold all winter. About a month ago, I was like, "Oh, 65, that sounds pretty good." That's not what they're saying right now. Got some ugly ducks in front of us there. Make a cast right at the middle because there used to be a lay down tree in here somewhere. Yeah, I think I just hit it. Either that or it's just some, yeah, I just got some bottom. Yeah. Fish now. We're not going back up in here very much farther. This gets kind of shallow up in here. It's just a little see here. Ooh, whoa, 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 wrong way, wrong way. Oh, we're gonna hit something. No, we're good. I'm gonna put a little bit of super glue on this lip because these things, these old baits like this, they use an epoxy. Thought I had some. I got some in here somewhere. They got some epoxy, and over time it just deteriorates. And most of these things are probably over 20 years old. See if this glue's even. See if this glue's any good. Before we drift somewhere we don't need to be. I don't know if that's going to do anything, but I don't know if that's going to do anything, but we'll see. I'm going to just kind of smear it around in there and try to get it to harden up. Try not to get my finger stuck on it. Put a little bit on that nose. Alright, we'll see if that does anything. If it does, good. If it doesn't, well, we tried. Alright. Ooh, wind's a whipping. Going down this bank and see if there's anything doing down here, and if not, we may come back to this. Got a couple other little areas up here that I want. Man, that was a pretty good bank there. We had 4 or 5 bites, maybe 6. That's about as good as it gets on this lake, man. That thing, that's about as good as it gets. You don't get a whole lot of fast action like that most of the time. Of course, we may go out later, go out and hit the main river and hit some creek mouths and get on some white bass, or we might be able to catch some pre-spawners out there moving around. You never know. Never caught a fish off that dock. Trend continues. We'll keep this boat moving, keep this bait moving, see what happens. That's my spring philosophy. That was a pitiful cast. Water's just a touch clearer in here than it was in the back of that creek too. It would have probably worked to our favor. a really good looking log that I've never caught a fish on. Maybe we can change that trend today. Is that thing going? Okay. On the way, I'm hitting some stuff way on out here. Now I'm gonna run right in line with it. A little dingy water, maybe. Like do a couple of casts across. Oh, that's not good. I got hung right on top. Let's see if I can. That was a bad idea. I didn't quite go on the side. I wanted to hit it off a little bit to the side, but I didn't. Got right on top of it and paid the price. When I get it off of there, I'm going to shoot a cast up against that seawall. Come on now. There it goes. Well, something not to make a whole lot of noise, but I did. All right, what we got? You know, sometimes you get hung up, it puts you in a good position to make a couple other casts. I always try to see what I can do, and there were actually a couple of good casts to make right there. And I got hung up, so just trying to make lemonade out of lemons, you know. So far, this little old square bill is doing pretty good for us. And that other side of the lake's getting some sun. I think once we get done with this, we'll go over there and we'll work. Oh, I got a line out in the world. What is that? What is that all about? There we go. We got it. I don't think that was a fish. Like these little boat ramps sometimes this time of year too. Just gives them a little hard bottom place, and a lot of times they got some rocks set up on the sides of them. This one doesn't look like it, but I'm still going to run it right down that edge. Sometimes they'll be hanging right off that edge and you can get a bite. Or you can get a whole bunch of nonsense on your bait. Anyway. Well, they not a I don't really expect them to be right up on the bank right through here. That riprap where you're fishing just kind of cuts across this entire creek, and it's got a little bit more depth. Good place for them to stage up before they go into the spawn. I guess they are staging. Yeah. I figured they'd be a little bit further along already, but like I said earlier, I don't think until it gets about steady 68, 70 degrees that they really get going. And that little old boat ramp there. Something's different. No, maybe not. On this next dock, there's a little log lay down on the other side of it. I have caught some fish off of that little log this time. Oh, no. Crap. Hit that stupid piling. There we go. There's a little piece of wood under there, so I'm gonna just do this just to see what happens. Nothing? Okay. Smart thing to do this morning is go back and work that riprap some more. But there's just so many other places to fish. Be something on the end of this. See, there was a log on the inside edge of this dock, right up against the bank. I'm gonna go on over there and, oh yeah, it's still there. It's moved. It's not quite where it was. It's not where it used to be, but there'll be a fish on that. I'll be right there. Bam. Nothing. Right on this side. Work right down the edge. Nothing. Try it on the other side one more time. Oh. Cast right on top of it. Why did I do that? Why did I do all that? Scaring fish? Missed my shot. All right. There we go. Let's grab this and just pull us out. That'll be easier than trying to use the trolling motor. No, that ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. Let me get the boat. Pull the boat over next to it. Boat's pointing the wrong direction. There we go. Now we can do that. All right. Ooh, oh, I got a knot in my line. Well, time to retie, folks. First time today on this bait. I don't know how that got in there. All right. You know, using a real heavy line, you don't have to retie all the time. When you're using like anything less than 15, I'm checking my line all the time. 20 you can usually go a while. It's pretty robust. I use Seaguard Red Label. And it's some really tough line. I pulled stumps off the bottom with it. It's not real expensive either as far as fluorocarbon goes. You can get a spool for $15, $17, which that's not cheap, but it's less expensive than a lot of those fluorocarbons. And it's, I mean, it's quality. I mean, it's a good, really good line. As far as I'm concerned, anyway. Some other people might have had bad experiences with it. I have never had a bad experience with this Seaguard in the 20 pound test. Won a lot of money using it back when I was tournamenting. And I still use it when I'm fun fishing because I don't want stuff that I'm gonna have. Golly, that's a catfish. Is that a catfish? No, that's a good bass. Another good bass. Oh no. That's like a 4-pounder. Just came out there and just wrecked that thing. Oh man. Right off that dock. That was weird. I can tighten my drag up just a touch too. Alright. Oh man, that was cool. I saw him come up there and grab it. Well, you don't always get them all, but that's... Oh me. It's fun to, I like to watch them come up and grab it. I don't always need to catch them. That. Oh crap. Okay. Well, get some bites today. I'm real happy about that. Yeah, I mean good bites. Not just little, some of them are dinks, but getting some good quality bites too doing this. I mean, I feel like the water temperature is just fine to do it, 65 degrees almost. We'll get another one doing that. Fish around some of these other little pilings and maybe we can get another one to come out there and slap that thing, another biggie. Those are really good fish for this lake generally. You don't get a lot of, you get a 20-pound bag here, you're having a really good day. Even 16 or 17 will usually get you in the money here. That was not the kind of place where I expected to even get a bite. Came out there and slapped it on a short line. All right. My bait may be slightly out of tune. There's a little piece of concrete sticking up over here. Over the years, especially when the water gets up just a little bit more, I've caught a lot of fish off of that little stop right there. Sometimes you catch them off the bank here too, but if you're gonna get a bite here, that's a good place. Bounce that crankbait off of that thing. There's a couple little things around it, some rebar or something. I don't know what all's down there, but I think they like to spawn around that. So always give it plenty of love when I come by. And of course I talk about how good it is and don't catch a bass. And that's okay. It'll make me look like an idiot. Watercolor is basically the perfect color for doing this. You got like 10-12 inches of visibility max. Missed. Had a bite around the dock, so I'm gonna give him a little bit more fair shake now. Ooh, that's, I bet you hadn't found if that might have been a hang up. I make a lot of casts in a day, I know that. Oh, this will wear you out. If you're not used to it, it'll wear you out making all these casts all day long. Nothing. We can get a little stand up ladder bass. That would be nothing. All right. I'm not gonna pick up the trolling motor. I'm just gonna crank up and ease us across the water over next to where the boat ramp is. We're gonna go down that bank. Turn that up where I can actually see what's going on. Get a little drink of water, stay hydrated out here. It's important. Alright, well, pretty good day so far. We've been catching some bass. I was going right to where those people on the bank are. But I'll just go a little bit on the other side of them and we'll just work that way. Little short ride there, and we're back on it. Got something sticky on me. Alright, just gonna do the same thing down this bank. Just fish some rock, fish any little standing cover we see laying around. There's a little bit right there. That might be a hang up. Nope, we did okay. That's some actual old growth grass in there. I'm just gonna fish it all day. The kids say sometimes it be like that. Oh man, it's so nice. So nice not to have boats all over the place whizzing around. A little bit of cold weather's got them not too many people are down here for the morning anyway. There may be some people come out this afternoon, but I'm probably not going to stay much after 1 or 2 o'clock. Just have to see how it goes. We got yeah, I'm on a tributary of Weiss. I'm up on areas. Nope, that's not fish, that's some grass. Hey, got myself a little crawl worm there. Yeah, this is a tributary of Weiss near Rome. don't know, 8 or 10 this morning so far. Just pitching this big fat crankbait around. It's just how I like to fish. I don't live down here anymore. I grew up in Rome, Georgia. This is what I would consider my home lake, where I grew up fishing. But I live in Chattanooga now. A little piece of brush. Just kind of hiding out here way off the bank. Oh, I did that some bait scooted. Let's try it again. Did it again, more bait scooted. All right, well, this wind is wicked this morning. It's blowing us around. I was kind of fighting against it on the other side, and now it's just blowing me down the bank. We may go up another creek here in a little while and try. There should be some white bass running right now. I may go up there and toss around a little crankbait, see if we can catch some little white bass or something. Just mix it up. But right now, just catching them on this crankbait. There we go. Ooh, nice keeper right there. That came off of a little piece of old growth grass, it looks like. Always make another cast in there as we're getting blown 50 miles an hour down the bank. This lake doesn't have vegetation that like hydrilla, was it just, is it emergent vegetation? Doesn't really have any of that. It just has some water willow and some different kinds of hyacinth and stuff, I think, depending on where you're at. Ooh, let's try not to. Another little piece of grass there. See if we can get on a little dead grass pattern. That'd be cool. There's a little bit of that around. Water's still a little low to, and that stuff gets up. That's prime buzzbait and spinnerbait and chatterbait. Put the crankbait down when that happens. But this is how I like to fish. Just power fishing, just big baits, moving them fast, covering a lot of water. Not a lot of guys. I mean, you see some guys doing that on the pros, but a lot of guys, seems like all that forward-facing sonar stuff has kind of taken a hold, and people have kind of gotten away from just fishing down the bank, which doesn't bother me. Makes fishing down the bank a lot easier for me, and more fish that aren't getting molested by other fishermen. Little rocky, little bit of rock jutting out into the water right there. I'll be one right there. Not much going on in this little back pocket. We'll give it a See if we see anything hanging off the bank that we can. We got a little bit more of that old growth grass growing up back in here too. There may be a fish or two hanging around it. Ooh, it's shallow back in here. I'm not gonna let that stop me though. I'm still gonna fish it. There'll be a little piece of wood or something. There's a little piece of wood back here where this ditch comes in. Ooh, there's something right here in front of me too. A couple of little brush piles. Ooh, I missed. Missed. A couple little brush piles right there. Or something somebody's put out. There's a big old spawner right there on that. Not on that one. No bites on that one either. Like a couple little brush piles or something. No bites. And one more little piece of wood back in here, and then we're gonna work our way out. Sun's starting to creep out, which is good. It has not helped the temperature at all. It is still cold out here to me. Nope, got the bait, got the wood, didn't get the fish. You're not getting hung up, you're not fishing where they're at. There we go. A little piece right there in that, right there where that culvert comes in. Ooh, no bite. Bite. Oh, I had a, oh, that's a good one right there. I had a bite. He just came out and attacked it, but he didn't get it. Huh. He wasn't on the stuff that was easily seen. He was kind of out. Oh my goodness! Didn't make a bunch of noise. He's kind of out on the edge off this jig in there. Maybe we can do an old school follow up. Oh yeah, there's some good brush right there. Well, oh, I just pulled the whole tree out. Oh man, that ruined that. But hey, they're up here. I mean, this is dirt shallow. Dirt shallow. Alright, I'm gonna put some of this stuff away. It's not bothering me. Just Just get out what I'm getting my bites on. I could probably change to a little bit smaller crankbait and might get some fish to commit a little bit better, but I'm just having fun fishing this big one. Going after those bigger bites. That wasn't a giant fish. It might have been 2.5 pounds, but it's been fun. Had some good bites. A lot of them are missing it, but that's kind of common on this lake. It's got dirty water and fast moving baits, and it seems like they just don't always connect like they might in some other clearer water lakes. Haven't seen spotted bass. This lake is known for spotted bass. Not even yet. Trying to thread the needle there, it didn't work. Try it again, didn't work again. Come on, man. You get better at my casting, don't I? Some good looking little laydowns coming up. An old long dead pine tree here. Make lots of casts around this stuff. You never know where your fish is going to come from. That's my philosophy on it. Try to probe it all. Got a good looking I got a little close, but a little bit close. Oh goodness, that was an awful cast. I'm about to hop over a limb there. Try that. That's a little better. That was a good looking cast, but no fish. Alright, we're almost back to our road there where we caught some fish this morning. Let's check these hooks. Got a couple of them. Got a couple of them that don't feel like they're up to my specs. All right. We got some boats coming now. I've just seen three. Just seen three go by going towards the boat ramp. So ooh, that wind's whipping. Oh, come on. Come on, let that wind blow me off of there. That big old... Nope, not gonna happen. Cast right over a limb. Got hung up and the waves are not helping. Thought maybe this waves might help. Come on now. There it got off. I made a bunch of noise, it got off. All right, this is what we've been doing. This is how we've been catching them. Just getting up on this, just fishing right up on that riprap. Whipping that crankbait down. They're just coming off that bank. Just no. We got something else. Oh my goodness. Wind's getting a little ridiculous, putting y'all in the trees over there. I was hoping that wind was gonna lay off a little bit, but haven't seen any evidence that that's gonna happen. It did for a little while, and then it... Hold on. Oh my goodness, what is going on here? I'm gonna try to do this without tearing up my dang camera. Try to do this without tearing up the camera. Might tear me up a little bit. Oh my goodness, I'm getting blown all over the place. Okay. Let's get away from this tree. All right, there goes my phone. All right, now then. All right, we should be okay now. we'll get a bite right through here. Especially coming up right here next to this culvert. Yeah. Get some good rock on that cast. No bass. Cut back across here and try this a little bit longer, and then we'll make a move somewhere. I got another little protective pocket down here it's gonna be shallow, but maybe a few fish in there. Look down here where we caught a couple of fish earlier. Just give it a couple more minutes here. Y'all have already seen me fish this once. My little super glue job seems to be holding pretty good. That's weird. You get on this side and that wind seems to die off just a little bit. I guess it's coming straight up that chute. And no bites down through here this time. Maybe that little window's over. Maybe we already got them once and they don't want to mess with it anymore. All the ones that are gonna play have played. If I hadn't come down here earlier and caught some fish already, I thought there wouldn't be a fish on this bank. But I know there is. All right. We're gonna fish down this little overhanging tree and then we're out. Make a move. All right. Well, time to make a move, I think. Setting the line there. Line still feels pretty good. Bait. We're gonna keep working that. I'll get my life jacket on. Working that angle. We're just gonna go to some different areas that just some back creek areas. There we go. Everybody's allowed to watch today. I'll make a here, keep my ear warm. All right. All right, how are we doing here? Uh-oh. All right. Well, the phone's dying, so let me plug her up here. I appreciate it. We are went down the creek, went down this creek a little ways. Just gonna keep tossing this. Well, it didn't feel like it was that windy when I pulled up here. We're gonna keep tossing this big square bill around, see if we can get some reaction bites. Got a lot of good wood right along this bank here. So just see if we can get anything to participate. Whew. All right, I gotta take this beanie off because it's hot. I have to take this jacket on. I got too much clothes on here. Ooh. I saw something good move out of that wood. I don't know if it spooked or if it was after some bait or something. That was interesting. All right, I'm a little bit warm now. Take my got too much clothes on for the spring. I'm gonna take this big jacket off. Put that rain jacket back on. Ooh, all right. That ought to be a little better. All right. That'd be just a touch better. Yeah. There we go. I don't think we're gonna get any relief from this wind today. Good deflections right there, but no bass on the deflection. This is just the opening to a little spawning bay. It's got a bunch of laydowns on it. Figure I'd give it a shot before we go up in there. It's a lot more protected back in there. Some little put that spinnerbait on for just a second because we got some old growth grass here, and that crankbait's just not going to cut it. I'm trying to go through that stuff. I'm just gonna. I've never fished up in there ever, which is wild. Looks good. I think there'd be some fish hanging out on the edge of this old dead grass. This looks like it'd be a good ambush point. Oh. Kind of at a crossroads. I know what's back there, but I've never ever fished back there, so I think I'm just gonna go with what I know. I'll shoot across here. Turtle there. Good sign, I think. Make these little Jimmy Houston-esque casts, little 5-foot cast with a spinnerbait. Good idea. Alright, we're gonna cross, going over there. Oh, I'll tear up my trolling motor first. Put my balsa crank back on after I do a little hook sharpening. I'm gonna shoot straight across, and we're gonna go back to our regularly scheduled program here. This is a nice protected pocket up here. It looks like it'll be nice and protected from the wind. I know in the very back there's a lay down. There's some stumps all out in the middle back in here that hopefully I'll be able to see them to fish them. This water is definitely dirtier than I thought it was going to be. I thought we haven't had any rain, so I don't know why this. I mean, the only thing I can think of is this wind's just churning it up. I know this is super shallow back here, so I'm gonna go ahead and raise this trolling motor up a little bit before we get down in there. There we go. That may be a little too high, but we'll give it a shot. Should be okay. Now back to our regularly scheduled program. Some of this bank back here has some really good rock on it, like some good pea gravel spawning type stuff. Got some lay downs, some little brush pile lay downs right here in front of us. Got one about 6 right here one time. Right next to one of these little spooked something, or something came out there and grabbed at one. Oh, my bait just jumped. Huh. And a big old mud cloud came up behind it. I've been known to catch a big catfish back in here. I think they might spawn in here too. All right. All right, we're gonna come off the bank because It's super shallow. You can see a couple of stumps sticking out of the water over there in front of me. Those are those two that are right there. I don't know if you can see them or not, but I caught a 20-pound catfish right in between. Actually, it's probably closer to 40 pounds. It was a big monster blue cat. Doing just what I'm doing now. I made a cast to one, didn't get a bite, made a cast to the other one, didn't get a bite, and I cast right between them and bammo, he nailed it. Stump. Little twig right there. No bite. Just like that, went right between them and blammo. Did I get a bite today? No. I think it was last year I caught one that was 20 or 25 in here. Foul hooked it. Doing just what I'm doing now, just burning this crankbait around these stumps. Look out for anything else. I see a little piece of brush right there. I know there's some more out here, but lots of turtles in here, that's for sure. We'll go. I don't know if I want to do that. Oh, I was going to get right up on that. Ooh. No, that was a fish. There's something bumping it. I don't know if I'm just hitting like a carp or a catfish or something, or if there's just some very shy bass in here. Keep feeling a little weird, little ticks. And then I see a little mud cloud. I think I might be going over the back of something. Ooh, there went something big. That was probably a big carp or a catfish there. There's a big old mud cloud. Alright, we're about to get up to where the bass usually sit. So it's kind of mud, and then you get up here to where this little point is, and then it kind of turns into some kind of a harder bottom. And I believe they get in here and spawn. And then yeah, that laydown's still in here too. And we got a couple of we got some stuff down in here. No bites. I believe these big catfish. Yeah, there goes another one I went over the top of. I believe these big catfish get up in here and spawn, because I have, when the water's been clear earlier in the year, I have seen some enormous fish in here, and I've caught a couple of enormous catfish, so I think that's what's going on. Nope, we don't want that. All right, we're getting into bassier looking stuff right here. See if we can get a little action. Do my best. What I was trying not to do was dang. I don't like to let them know I'm here. And now they know. Now they know. Gotta keep it as quiet as I can. Weird looking little place right there. All right, this little tree right here can have some fish on it now. Let's see if we can get one. I'm just gonna drift by, and then when I get by, I'll turn around and face into the wind. I can maybe make some better presentations. Thing through the top of these limbs hanging out up, coming out here. No bites so far. It's a little bit surprising to me. It's just a touch deeper back in here. And we got some good cover, so. Thought it was a touch deeper, but I'm kicking up mud. I'm not even hitting my trolling motor, I'm kicking up mud. Giving it a good shot in here. Ooh. Good shot. right. Well, oh, come on, not right there. Not right there. Oh, that one's gonna be tough. Oh, came off good. Good. Well, this was kind of a bust. Thought there might be a couple hanging around in here anyway. All this wind blowing in here might be messing it up. Might have to find some that are that are well protected. A little bit of wood out in front of this little dock here. Well, see what we got. All right. Ooh. Well, the action is slowed. We had one little bite window this morning that it was a pretty good bite window as far as I'm concerned. Got one about 4 and I don't know how, a couple of 2s and some smaller fish. Oh, no. Yep, dang. This is just like the other side. It's got some good rock on it. But my stupid self went and got hung up. Tried to thread the needle. Oh, there we go. It's coming off. Nope. Well, now that. Somehow my line's gotten in my split ring, and whenever that happens, that's an automatic retie for me. I don't mess with. Come on now. Boat's about to hit that dock. Automatic retie. All right. So, just so everybody knows, I've got a 4-day weekend planned. I'm gonna fish down here. I'm gonna fish down here for 2 days. And then Monday or Tuesday, I'm probably going to go to the Watts Bar Dam and try for some big stripers. It's getting about time for them to start showing up there. And last year, I could kick myself. I caught 2 that were like between 30 and 40 pounds. Really big stripers. And I didn't get any of it on. I didn't get any footage. So, hurt my feelings. Apparently I use a GoPro, and apparently the GoPro, they only allow certain discs, like certain micro SanDisk deal, micro SDs. And the one I had was one that for whatever reason doesn't work with it. And I had used it before without any problems, but this particular time I had problems, so no footage. So let that be a lesson to anybody that might want to do this. Just make sure that whatever you're using is compatible. Because what I was using was not compatible and did not work. It's running off to the right now. Just a touch away. All right. Got a couple more little laydowns here, and then we're going to be done with this little back slough. It's blown out anyway. Didn't matter on the road bed because that road bed was quite a bit deeper. This is only a couple feet deep. So oh man. Weird. Made that cast where this lay down is. Figured I was going to bump something, didn't hit anything. I'd much rather have a cable drive. This old fly-by-wire trolling motor, not a big fan. I'd much rather have a cable drive. That way I can tell where it's positioned with my foot without having to look at it all the time. But the spot lock is nice, so you know, there's trade-offs to everything. one right there. You can get one right here. It's the wind or what, but bait doesn't feel like it's running right. God. Doesn't feel like it's running right anymore for some reason. There'd be a few fish up in here in this shallow stuff around this brush, but there's not. I'm making great casts sometimes. It's running all right. Well, that was a bust. Now I gotta think about it. Not sure what to do right this second. But one thing I do know is we gotta get out of here. So let me get all this stuff put down and we'll get rolling. Yeah, we're gonna roll out to the river and see what the wind looks like out there. Depending on how that looks, we'll have to make a decision when we get out there based on, I mean, the wind is pretty much going to dictate it. I think if we can find some of those shallow areas that are not as I mean, this stuff is blowing right in here and it probably has been doing it all night. I really don't think this water should be this churned up, seeing as how we haven't had any rain. It's kind of throwing me for a loop. We haven't had any rain, but this water is all dirty, so. But let's just water ball's all sticky. Water feels about the same temperature as the air. real shallow in this back bay, so I gotta kind of creep out of here. Down to a creek. Well, let's see what happens when we get to the river. Just a little shallow stretch there. Picked up a little mud. creek may be muddy, but the river is in great shape. got a little creek mouth coming up here. You stuck with me. Thanks for sticking with me. Everybody else seemed like they dropped off. But we got a little creek mouth here. We're gonna throw a little shad wrap in the mouth and see if we can get any bites, and then we're gonna go up in here and see if there's anything. Get my little spinner out. You know, we call it an audible. We do a little power fishing in the morning, and we do a little different kind of power fishing in the midday. That's how it goes with fishing sometimes. It doesn't always play out how you plan. But I'm just gonna put on a little, get a couple of shad wraps. I'm gonna start with a, let me find the right one. I'm gonna start with a number 7. One of these look like it's been used before. That one. Just a regular old number 7 shad pattern. And then we'll go from there. This is a springtime killer, if you will. I don't know if we can get in that creek mouth or not. We're going to try. All right. This is ooh. Oh man, this thing's making all kinds of good noises. I have to change it out. I'll be able to get a white bass or something in one of these creek mouths. Yeah, I got something on the bait there. Got something on the bait. Yep. Well, maybe there might be a white bass hanging around in here for the taking. Not seeing any evidence of that. So we are going to attempt to go up in this creek. That's a shallow one though. Oh, that was a stump. Kind of went over something and then hit something else. Well, there it goes. All right, here's what we do. We're gonna put this up. Put that away. Now raise our trolling motor way up. Raise our outboard way up. Oh. Let's see if we can get in here. And then we'll have this ready to go. All right. A couple casts right up the gut here. We're making it. It's good. No problems. I gotta check something on that GoPro. Y'all hold on just a second. I'm gonna point it up in the air for just a second. Let me look at something. Hold on just a second, just bear with me. Mike. There's a little guy. Thought my mic was going out there. Okay, I think I need this jack down here. All right. You going up there? Catching a few. You going up the right bank?
I'm going out there.
Oh, okay. I'll go up this side then. Try to stay out of your way.
I just now started catching.
Really?
That's not cool.
Well, that's good. Maybe they're waking up.
Yeah, they went about first thing this morning.
Well, I was the opposite. I got all my bites first thing, and now I'm not getting any more. So, but I've been power fishing, so maybe I need to slow down.
I've been fishing.
Really?
They ain't just taking it. They just bump up.
Really? Hmm. Back in this little pocket water, it's a little bit clearer. 65. Oh man, dude. On this bank, just breeze through here. Okay, that might have been a fish. Got to tighten up just a little bit. Oh, he didn't come back. Knock back down to a normal retrieve here and see how that goes. A pretty aggressive bait for this clear, a little bit clearer water. All the way down right there. Oh no. Man, that thing hard. Ooh. Whatever I got hung on, I got hung hard. There it goes. Got another good shot right there. Look right down that log. Work down the other side of it. No takers. Alright, let's spin around and keep on going down the bank. That guy's doing some moseying across from me. He's just soft plastic fishing a Cinco or something. I'm trying a completely different attack here. Reaction power bait type stuff. So far in here, he's beating. He's 1-0 that I've seen. He's caught 3 or 4 of them. Back to that cove has all kinds of stuff on the surface. Hopefully I can fish it when I get back to this. That's the main reason I was coming in here. There's some good stumps in the back of this thing. Might as well fish it all and see what we'll get. Never know. Sorry if I get a little quiet. I get a little weird talking around other people. I feel strange. There's other boats in the area, and I'm on the live stream. All right, and that's where they should have been, right there. One should have come out and thunked it, or at least thunk about it. Ooh. I'll think about dunking it. Cool in the shade. I've caught a big fish or two up in here on occasion. whammo. We got a whammo right there. A whole bunch of wood right here. They're not nothing. It's pretty shallow. I kicked up a little mud there. Got this little tree coming jutting out here. That's a nice looking tree too. Been dead a while and got all kinds of woodpecker holes in it. I just thought that was interesting. Alright. I'll make a daring cast here right up the middle here. Ooh. And then one come out and grab that thing. Try it right there. Ooh. There's some good casts here. I figured something would hit one of those. Well, we had a really good morning, and since then we've had not much to show. That's how it is down here. Sometimes you get on them good right away, and then nothing, and then sometimes they spread throughout the day, and sometimes you get them on them in the afternoon, right when you're getting ready to go home. Good looking stump right there. Look at that. Oh, I got a line. A line. This little slough's got all kinds of, got good depth. I mean, we're 4 feet, almost all the way in the back, and there's a little straight ahead of me. There's another pond. I'm sure people try to sneak in there. There's a couple of houses back here now, so I don't know if there's a whole lot sneaking in or not anymore. But I think one come up and just grab that thing. And the line, I believe. Right in that treetop. No bites. Ooh, there's a tree under the water right here. Be kind of careful. I don't know. I think I can get over with the trolling motor. something just hit somewhere in one of those treetops, just hanging out. Get beat up pretty hard by the crappie guys, though. That's exactly what I was going to do. My split ring, I use snaps. A lot of people don't like snaps, but I like them. My split ring got hooked up inside my snap, and it wasn't acting right, so I'm going to take that stupid split ring over there and reattach and see if that handles my problem that my bait just doesn't seem like it's been doing right. Let's try that. Oh yeah, problem solved. And just a tad to the right, or to the left rather. Let me try that again. Little mud clouds back in here. I'll mix it up a little bit for a few minutes. I'm gonna fish a swim jig. Where's my swim jig rod? Just a little bit more subtle, just still allows me to cover water pretty good. And throw it way up in that heavy cover. Not worrying too much about losing it. Yeah, it's super shallow up in here. Turning around. Take one cast right up the gut just because that's what to do. I got kicking up mud. This is just a little 1/4 ounce swim jig. Like if you can just pitch it right in the middle of that stuff. Got a little backlash here. Got that out. And just work it out. Sometimes they'll come out and grab it. It's a great summertime bait on this lake. Get a little bit of water willow grass up. Fishing out in the river, you can catch them in the log jams in it out in the river. Something I don't think, and it's silent. A lot of baits make a lot of noise. This bait doesn't make any noise. I don't think there's any fish in here for it to even matter. need to, you can also hop it along like a jig. Alright. Then I've got our, I'm going to take this little bitty square bill. I'm going to put it on this other rod. I think there's some more. This one's got a little bit different fin. This one's a little, much less conspicuous, if you will. And it's time to make a few moves here. We'll have this on the ready for when we get back in here, and if I can see some of these stumps. Let me see how this, get this dialed in for casting. Yeah, we got a little loose there. Okay. This little thing right here. Ooh, I gotta get this dialed in. Yeah, that's why I'm doing it now. This little thing. This is a Megabass Z1. It's a little small crankbait. But these fish on this lake love this thing. Actually, they love them anywhere they're eating small bait. But there's a bunch of stumps just out here in the middle. I'm gonna look for them while I'm also hitting the stuff up near the bank. And fish will absolutely spawn on this stuff out here in the middle. If you can find them, you find those little stumps out there, you can catch a fish on them. Come dive bomb them this end. May just be a bait size deal. I just need to get something smaller, or I can't really go any bigger. It could just be that they're just not in the mood for this kind of stuff anymore. That happens too. Still using this on 20-pound line. This is also still a glass rod. This is a little bit different glass rod than what this is a 7-footer, which I would rather it be one of those shorter ones, but works pretty good. Get one. Let me get a big girl come out here and play somewhere. Let's kind of fan cast around and see if we can come into contact with a. Oh, I had a bite. That was a sure enough bite right there. That was. Just some stumps out here. I see some up in front of it. Couple up next to the bank. Thing comes over cover really good too. Probably one of the best crankbaits to come over cover that there is. And really slowed down. I'm gonna kind of work the very back of this pocket. Be real deliberate about how I'm working the back of this pocket. There's that stump right there. Try to get me a fish off that thing. No bite. Speed it up, see if I can get one to react to it. No reaction. There's one right next to it. Alright, try the same thing on that one. Oh, I had a little bite. I had a little bite on that one, I think. Didn't get it real good. Came out and nosed it, it felt like. That felt kind of weird. We gave the back of this little pocket a good going over. All right, you just spare cast out here in the middle, just see if there's something doing. A couple of nice stumps right there. Maybe there's some out here that I'm missing. Pretty sure I had a bite off one of those stumps. That guy right there is doing exactly what I don't like to do. I don't like to just, I'm going to go to this docking them out, but I don't like to just sit there and just work one spot over and over and over, just hoping that there's a fish there. Like, there's so much, you just, for me, especially on this lake, there's just so much, it's just better, just a lot better to cover water, try to find the active fish they're going to bite, rather than fish the way that guy's fishing. That's my, everybody fishes how they want to fish. That's my 2 cents. That's my 2 cents, that's my philosophy. Philosophy, if you will. And he's caught 3 or 4. I mean, that's not bad. He's had a little bit better look in the muddy water. Oh, that was a fish right there. Dang. That was definitely a fish. I'm not getting it. I didn't even get it. He just kind of pecked it over to the side and then it was gone. This little bait, there's not much to it. They ought to get it if they hit it. Especially if they got a mouth on them. Might have had a mouth on it, or maybe spawning. They may be in here spawning and just kicking it out of the way. Ooh, man, that thing comes through cover so good. Really good little small crankbait that comes through cover good. Get that Z1. That dive real deep. It'll bounce over some logs. Like that, but we'll make a better cast here in a second. Nothing. Man, I thought we would have got at least 1 or 2 in here, even if they're just little bucks. But to my chagrin, we have nothing. Alright, well, we're gonna move on. We're going around this guy. Charge back up. We're gonna go around this guy and then we'll see what happens.
Crack you up there, boy. I thought I'd done found
Can be tricky, can't they?
Yeah. My problem is I can't stop bass fishing and try to find fish.
I don't have that problem. I don't. All I do is bass fish.
It's hard not to, man.
Yeah.
You get any down through there?
I didn't get any bites. Nothing.
How deep is it over there where you?
Oh, it's probably 3.5 feet off the bank where I was sitting.
Down through this whole thing?
Yeah, that bank's pretty. I mean, they're both sides are pretty good. I mean, you got depth. I mean, you don't have it in the back of the little pocket, but it's pretty good all the way down through there. Have a good one. You too. Well, got a little hang up. Oh, all right. Nothing in here. Very disappointing, but you know, that's how it goes. Go out, time we got? 12 o'clock. Go out, we'll try the next one. Look a few up the gut shots here. See if anything's moving through, trying to feed up on its way. A lot of crap in the way there. All right. We got anything come back in the stumps after we've been gone? Not that I can tell. Not that I can tell. All right. Next hole. Next hole. Before we go down there, I'm gonna go put this little swim jig around this brush pile. Cause you know, why not? We catch a big one down here in the brush pile, we might have to reevaluate our game plan. But we didn't, so we're staying the course. All right, moving down to the next creek. Stick around if you would, and we'll get back at it here in just a minute. All this trash that I've pulled out of the lake today, I'm gonna move it over. Nice little haul. What kind of, I don't know what kind of little crawl that is. It's white. That's an unusual thing. I don't know what that boat is. I don't know what that boat's doing up here in the river in front of me. All right. All right, take that little shad trap back out here and mess around out in this river till we get up to the creek mouth, and then we'll see what's happening. Well, we got a little mud line coming out of this creek. Might have some fish on it. A lot of times you catch some white bass just working down the bank before you get there. That's what we're going to try. And then sometimes they're in the mouth, and we're going to, I don't know if I want to go up in this one or not. I'm not sure. Aside from this little bit of grass right here in the mouth, I don't really know what all's. I'll be some white bass around. Oh, nope, I don't want to do that. It's got a little off-color water in it too. I'm gonna go down to the next one. The next one's called clear water. It's in general, it's just a little bit deeper than the rest of them. But I don't understand why these guys won't hit my little wrap. This is they're out here, this is all the work. I'll be one right on that, I'll be right in that mud lines where they ought to be. Oh, the wind's blowing my bait around like a potato chip. Shad flicking, that's a good sign. Oh, there he is. All right, we got one. Got one on the old white bass. White bass on the shad trap. That's what I was thinking was going to happen. Yeah, no size, but some little bit of progress. Get right back in there and see what happens. They're in here, we'll get them dialed in, we'll catch a few of them. Drop that trolling motor down, I don't like it swishing like that. Alright, there we go. Maybe they're on the edge of that mud line, or if they're up in it, or if they're below. Sometimes they'll be below this creek mouth. Or is that going to be the only bite we get? Put a little spot lock on, we can cast around a little bit. You know, just kind of see what's shaking. There and work it into the mud line a little and see how that goes. There we go. No, that thing just went sailing straight up in the air. Excuse me. Changed my plans because they were up there actually fishing where I wanted to go before I went here. So we may just change it up and head up that direction. Well, that's weird. That's weird to only catch one white bass. Usually you catch 3 or 4 of them. Alright, this is blowing me away, so let's gonna crank up, ease up that next creek mouth, and start back up. Alright. Let's make a few pitches into this tree with our swim jig. Oh man, when I was young, you'd see so many people crappie fishing down this bank. I don't know what changed, if they just know better now or if they ooh, big old ball of bait down there. There he is. All right, came out there and grabbed it right out of that tree. Little guy, little swim jig bass in a brush pile. Wasn't really expecting that, but pretty cool. I mean, I tried it, so I thought maybe it might work, but I wasn't really expecting it to work. There's another one. Very next cast. How about that? 2 in a row. Just hanging out on the end of this tree. No size. And I got right all up in it. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna try to pull, well, didn't work. Did not work. I'm gonna try it again though. I'll try to pull my bait right in between this log jam and this tree. See if one comes out there. Did not. Well, that's pretty quick little double. Quick little 2 in a row. Oops. Get my backlash out. There we go. They're telling how many fish are in that tree right there, man. This is a really good location for a log jam. Got a creek mouth coming out there. This bank in general has always been really good for some reason. You just go down the bank and catch them a lot of times. Throw that thing down there just. Two quickies on a swim jig. Alright. Let's put our wrap back on here, see if we can get up a white bass or two. And then we'll go up in here to this beaver dam and see. I might fish that log jam again on the way out though. Kind of get out off it. What is going on? Oh, they're not running. Little section right here, you said, "Oh, what is that? Big old turtle." All right. I was hoping we could get up in this creek, but they got looks like there's a beaver dam in front of it. And I'm not going to try to jump it today, I don't think. I'll look at it and see. Oh, what we got? We got one. We got one. Feels like a white bass. Feels like a nice one, whatever it is. Yeah, nice white bass. Alright, there we go. Nice little white bass there. Oh, get it on my hand. Come here. Nice little white bass. Put it back. You get some nice ones like that. That's a good size. Fun size right there. Now's the time for them. They're starting to move. If they're not already, they're going too soon. And there's some big turtles in here. I can just about guarantee you there are some fish up on that beaver dam waiting to try to move through. When this water gets up, I'm gonna go up in there and try it in just a minute. Another cast or two downstream. These white bass in this river, a lot of times they like a bait moving upstream. I've never understood why. But they do. They'll hit a bait moving upstream just as good as they will down. Oh, that was just an awful cast. Nothing. That little area right there used to be the jam back in the day. All right. All right. We have this for the way in there, and I got the swim jig if I need it. All right. Let's go up in here and see if we can get a bass on this little beaver dam up here. Alright, let's get up here and do our damage. Stay off of it a pretty good ways and make a few casts with this swim jig. Bump down the power on my trolling motor. Now I'll go over and make a few more casts with my crankbait. Maybe. I guarantee you there's fish in here. Now, whether or not I'll bite what I'm using, I don't know. Might have been a fish, it might not. This log. This log. That happens to be the name of this creek, Log Creek. No one understands. Well, we gave that a fair shake. Let's pitch this crankbait around a little bit. See if we can get the reaction. If we just won't stay hung up. There he is. Aha! Look, there we go. Quick release. Yeah. Well, I did catch one off of it, so even though it wasn't what we're looking for, it was a fish. Gotta be another one in there somewhere. that swim jig just a couple more times. Let's see a little bit different angle that I can get. I'm all about the angles. See this little, right there is a little spot. Let's find these little lanes. You can hit it just like right in there. You can hit right in there. I'll work it in between those limbs. So that was a bad shot. Yeah. All right. Well, we gave it a good try. Gave it a good try. Got one out of it. No size, but we got one. Oh, come on, it does. Go back out here with this thing and hit that tree again where we caught two earlier. Might be another one or two in there for us. Might get another white bass out here on the in the creek mouth too. Oh man. So it's almost 1 o'clock Eastern, and I'm thinking about calling it early and maybe going. There's a taking the boat out. There's a place up the river called the Lock and Dam. A little bite there, I think. And sometimes there are just wads of white bass there, and the river is in great shape. I might go down there and just give it a try. I mean, colored water wise, you can't get much better than what we got right now for this time of year. Just doesn't much happen. Put this down in a second. I'll pick that shad right back up. We'll go ahead and lay this down. I've got a bait. Got a bait I want to try. I don't know if I want to try. What is going on here? Okay, there we go. All right. There's not at least a little spotted bass out here. Oh, that's not what we wanted. Not what we wanted. Alright. We'll put that back over here. Put the little swim jig out and pitch it around in the top of this tree. Oh, let me get off. Let me get off of it a little bit here. I don't want to get in there too close. Oh, it must have been a little freak deal there, huh? Just a little quickie bites, and that's all she wrote. No, come on. There we go. Okay. I got the angle that I want right now, which is that. Run it right out in front of this thing. No bites that time. I mean, they weren't big fish anyway. It's just a couple little guys, but could be a big one in there. Get it right up against the bank. Oh, I just know there's all kinds of fish in that tree. It's a good place to try something. Got this little swim bait that I want to try. I'll pull it out, make a couple casts with it, and see how it looks. Doesn't look like it's gonna work with a flip. Something hit it right there when it hit the water. All right, experiment over. I'll go back up in the creek where I started, mess around for a few more minutes, and then I'm probably gonna do something else. We got the stability of the Felix. I like it a lot. I mean, you can rock it. I don't feel unsafe in it. I take it on big bodies of water. I've taken it to Gunnersville. I've taken it to Chickamauga. I mean, those are big. Taking it below Watts Bar Dam, which can be really, really treacherous, and I don't really feel unsafe in it. I really like the layout. It's only rated for a 25. I wish I could get a little bit bigger horsepower motor for it. And I might anyway, even though it's only rated for a 25. I think a 40 would push it pretty good. With me and all of my fishing gear, it maxes out about 25 at best, at the absolute best. But the boat, I really like the boat. I've taken it in the saltwater. One of the downsides is it is not dry. If you got some waves and you're riding, you're going to get wet. If they're coming at you anywhere from in front of you or directly in front of you or directly behind you, you're going to get sprayed a little bit. But other than that, this boat, it's a really nice boat. I mean, I've really enjoyed it. I did all the rigging myself, put rod holders on the side, put the trolling motor on it, fish finders and everything. So I've got it just the way I want it and everything. I think I paid $8,500 for the boat, and then I've probably got another $5,000 in it with options. So I really like the boat. Thanks for asking. Carrie, where are you from? It's a like I say, I've never felt never felt unsafe in it. If you were taking it out in the ocean or something, I've taken it in some inshore stuff. It does just fine as long as you understand how to operate a boat. All right, we're heading up the lake. Put my jacket on. Surprising that anybody even knows what this boat is. Most people, it's kind of a rare boat, kind of an unusual boat. You see a lot of aluminum rigs, but you don't see very many fiberglass. If you're in Raleigh and if you're doing a lot of lake fishing, I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, you can stand on the side. You know, you got bass boats going by, you're gonna get rocked, but you're not really ever at any danger of tipping over or anything. I've been around some yachts and barges and stuff like that on the Tennessee River, and as long as you you know, as long as you're paying attention to what you're doing and everything, it's not any different than a bass boat. I've had big waves come over the nose of my bass boat. I've never had a wave come over the nose of this boat. It sits up kind of high in the front. The one thing I did wrong was this trolling motor was I think it was a 60-inch shaft, and I knocked it down to 45, and I should have only knocked it down to 50, because it sits up pretty high and it wants to pop out of the water sometimes if you're in some rough water. All right, let's roll up the lake. the live chat, so if you ask me anything, I'm probably not going to see it, so I apologize. I'm going to go back to this, try the back side of this one more time before I head out for the day. Keep on using my big old. This will be here. Uh-oh. Oh shit. How you get hung up on a rock? That's what I want to know. That didn't feel good. I mean, I'm literally hung up on top. Yeah. Oh, coffee this morning. I'm gonna. Did you? Yeah, coffee this morning. Few this morning. Just bass mostly.
We're gonna walk down here on these rocks and see if we can get anything.
Well, maybe we'll get some. I hope so.
You bass fishing or?
Yeah.
You trying to talk rabbit?
That'd be some running around in here.
Yeah, my cooking log.
How you doing? Did you? Are you going back down there?
Huh?
Down there? Out there. Okay. I went through here this morning, didn't get it. But I figure they're a little bit better now that it's warm. Yeah, I did catch some on the other side. Maybe there'll be a couple more for me. Shit. Well, I like to hear that. Means there's less for me. I probably want a bite. I'm gonna use this bigger one. Turn around, smaller bait and see if I get some a little bit smaller. See how that goes. Kapow! No bites. No bites. I know they're in here. 68-degree water temperature there. They are in here. And they are going to feed. See if that guy already went down through there once. We just need one we just need one big one, maybe a 6. Try to make second. Quiet. Make it a 4. Oh. There we go. I got it. Oop. I got it. Where's my board? I got it. The 4 cork day. That's the way you want to fish it, with parallel it like that. For maximum strike. Get a little rock there. Kind of that small crankbait on there and see what happens, but I go all the way down with this big bull. A single bite. No bait. So, put that little bait on. We'll probably get a couple bites on the way back. And then it'd be time to go. We don't want to wear ourselves out on the first day. Alrighty, well, let's change baits. Change up our baits here a little bit. See if we can do something with a little smaller one. Oh, we got the lake comers. Guy's in a lund. I'm not too much worried about him anyway. He's just a little fire tiger colored balsa bee. Little bitty guy. This thing's like an inch and not even 2 inches long. I'm going from 3-inch mega bait to a little bitty tiny thing. 20. Fish it. I'll get a little bit on this go round and fish it a little bit more parallel. This bait does a little bit better job of bouncing off the rocks. Literally, when I'm deflecting, does a better job of deflecting off the rocks. Let's say that. Mostly because it's getting down there. Oh. There it is. Nice fish. There we go. Alright. Ah, more fish in here. Oh, there we go. Very quick. Get a little quick release. Right off the bank. There's another one. Alright. A little, not a baby, but I got him. There we go. I don't know why this fish didn't want my big old bagley. Man, I'm getting a little sore now. Oh, okay. I'm on there. Running off to the left. Try that a little bit, if that helps. Oh yeah. Not at all. Not much, just a touch to the left. Oh, got him. They're all over this. They're all over this today. There he is. Oh, good fish. Good fish. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh. Trying to get me hooked. Trying to get me hooked. There we go. All right. Got it on that little crankbait. See what we got there. Oh yeah, it's another good 3.5 pounder. What about? Might be 4. It's hard to tell. There's a good one right there. All right. Oh man, I just had another one slam it. Right there. Dang. Well, I'm gonna have to make an up and down on this one too. Got some goodies biting. Got some goodies biting here and there. Didn't have a little crankbait. That big one a little too much for them, but they're chomping that small one. A little bitty, called a Killer B1. With 3 quick hits there. That's good. And we got old guy gonna come over here and throw a net right where this guy's fishing. Right where I'm fishing. All right. A little late afternoon. Nice one. Oh, good. Honestly, was not expecting that. So it's Well, I was about to leave, but I caught had a couple of good bites right through there, so I'm gonna turn around and do it again. And then we'll go down the other side a little ways. Up and over. All right, there we go. What I normally do is I'll get kind of off and do a 45 when I'm making a first pass. If I make a second pass, I'll get just a little bit closer. That way I can keep my bait kind of in the strike zone. These fish aren't much off of this rock. Generally. You're not going to catch them generally you're not going to catch them way out off the bank. But sometimes you will, but the bites I've been having have been just right where you'd expect to get them a few feet. Just a few feet off. And I always try to make sure I get as close to the bank as I can, because sometimes they'll hit it right off the bank. Sometimes they don't hit it at all. Like right in here is where I had that fish pop it after I caught that good one. Nothing. Just one about 5 or 6 pounds come up here and pop that thing one good time. Right in there somewhere. I think that's where it was. Yep. Got another little baby. Oh, there we go. Quick release. I like it when I can get them into the boat and don't have to touch them. Thing jacked it way out here. Try that one more time. Smaller baits are the deal. I don't know. We're gonna run down this bank and then we're done. There he is. That's a little guy. Oh, quickly. Nothing. There he is. Ooh, little guy. We're starting to set up on this. Set up and getting ready. Right, there we go. Ooh. Part of me says, well, maybe I could take a jig and go down here and catch some bigger fish. But the other part of me says, I'm enjoying just getting bites. It's fun. Speaking of bites, that's a good fish. Oh, it's not a fish, it's a line. And that thing was moving. Man, I thought that was a fish. Heavy line, whoever it is. Hit that thing and it didn't move, and then it started to go off to one side, and I thought I had a monster on. I had a Moby bass. All morning I fished with that bigger bait, and got a bunch of bites on it. Caught a few coons, but then it kind of died off. And sometimes when that happens, it just pays to try something a little different. So I just balanced it out, and I'm starting to get some bites again. So kind of a neat little thing to try. And the average size of the fish in this lake are not that big. So when you're using a big bait like that, you know, you're probably not really doing yourself a service. Fishing those big baits anyway, if you just want to get bites. And good fish will hit these small baits too. Oop, do a little something. That right back in there. Starting to get into the zone of this bank where there's more cover, and you would think there would be more fish down through this stretch, but it hasn't been the case. Today I caught my bigger fish down on where there was not as much cover earlier today. There he is. Another one. Oh yeah. Decent fish. Get her in the boat. Get her in the boat. Alright. I can't get a hold of him today. The lure color that's kind of gone away as the fire tiger. You don't hear as much about that. That's a nice little bass. Put it back. Hey. All right. Got a mouthful of hooks. That means we're doing something right. Speed and depth, color. Not even in 3 feet of water, so depth is kind of a non-issue. I'm just doing just a normal retrieve. I'm not doing anything crazy. good day. Lots of fish. Fish are moving up shallow. Water temperature right now is 67. So we had we started off around 60. And some well, I've seen anywhere from 59 to 68 today. So got quite the range. But this sunshine ought to have this stuff start warming up, and these fish ought to continue to move up. This is dogwoods are blooming. That's what you want. That's when it happens. What they say, when the dogwoods bloom, that's when they go on bed. Staying off just a little bit right through here because there's some, I know there's some, ooh, that was nasty. Oh, is that a rope? Okay, we got it. Ooh, ooh. Looks like it might go out a little way, so made a little cast a little bit further out just to see if maybe I'd hit it out there. I did. I didn't hit any fish. Run it down the edge of that bad boy, see what we hit. There he is. Had 3 feet of line out when he hit. That's funny. Alright. Alright, there you go. I mean to hit him on the side of the boat, but that happened to me earlier right here. I had one hit it real close to the boat. The one that hit it over here earlier was like 2.5, 3 pounds. There's a nice fish. I got a couple more casts in me and I think we're done. Go where this little brush is right here and turn around and then pack it in. Appreciate everybody coming out today, taking a look. Just do some real solid power fishing for you, mostly. Deviated a little bit a couple of times. But you know, we caught a couple. Yeah. Get that unhung. A couple nice ones in there. All right, let's get out of here. I'll pack it in. Key baits today were crankbaits, and I caught 2 swim jigs. Mostly, I mean, this water's real dirty, so it's been chartreuse, some balsa chartreuse, balsa crankbaits. All right, put some stuff away here. Get all my lures off that I want off, and I'll put everything back in this box if I can fit it in there. I don't know how I fit it all in there to begin with, to be honest. Okay. That doesn't go. That does. Jig's ready to be put away. Set that right there for now. That's ready to be put away. Get the bait off that. Whew. It's a good day. Real good day out there. Starting to warm up. I need to come out of my clothes here. That up. I got 2 more baits. I got this, and then there was another something down there on the floor somewhere. I thought it was. I don't know where it went. Oh, there it is. Put my spinnerbaits up here. Ooh, what a mess. All right. Put all these in a little baggie. Put those in there with it. All my round blades. Oh, not all of them. Alright, got some, throw out this bark. Alright, start putting them away. That one's going on that side, that one's going on this side. That's going back in the truck. These 2 go over here. trash. All right, I think we're pretty much all put away now. Hey. All right.